Hello يا جماعة, can you still hear me?
Yes, doctor, we can hear.
Okay.
I tried, but I didn't get the recording, but Basim started the record. Okay.
All right, today we are going to be fast tracking through the budgeting. Some of you are doing this activity sometimes on the daily basis. Some of you are maybe for the first time going to be familiarizing. The thing is that it's not difficult, the same as with ABC costing. The only challenge is that too many schedules. So my goal is to walk you through one example, which is following and building up on the previous slides. So please take care. Whatever information is going to be calculated, for example, for one budget, after that we are going to be feeding it into another budget until we are going to arrive by the end of the day, the income statement. That's the whole goal and balance sheet. We will finish up the explanation. After that, we will do an activity just to see how all of this will fall down for 1 month. And also I uploaded the Excel activity because most of the time we are not performing the budget with the pen and paper. We are starting it with the Excel. So there you will see, if you have a chance to open the Excel file, you'll find the assumptions that are provided to you, as well as different tasks that we need to perform now through the Excel. It's much more easy, faster, especially when you do understand how all of the schedules are connected to each other. That's the goal of today's class. And since I promised you that submission deadline is going to be on Monday, therefore on Monday I'm going to be giving to you another case study, which is in fact related to for the preparation of budgeting, especially that by by coming Monday we will already go into a little bit different type of the budgeting, which is more applicable to the everyday life, since the managers are constantly trying to get as corrected information as they can. So flexible budgeting, extension of whatever budgeting techniques will be introduced today. And as a result, I hope that the case study is going to be again completed in Excel with a better understanding of the whole process. And that will be our essentially third case study, right? So we will be basically done. So first of all, before we are going to go into
Doctor, you are muted.
Yeah, whenever I'm pressing something, I'm immediately starting to be muted. All right, so first goal of today's discussion is to understand why the companies do budgeting. Definitely when we are dealing with preparing the plan, the budget is nothing but financial plan. The managers often wants to see a little bit further in time. Good morning. In order to be ready to change something in case if there will be a need. So most of the time budget is prepared for 1 year. However, sometimes the managers are doing something that's called continuous budget or perpetual budget, meaning that, for instance, if I'm located right now in June, my perpetual budget is going to be not ending up in December. Instead, it's going to be automatically extending for the June of the next year. So in order for me to see the roadmap 1 year ahead of the time, in order to be able to do order of the raw materials, to hire enough labor, to maybe do additional marketing campaign, whenever we are seeing that there is a mismatch between whatever we budget and whatever is actually happening in the real life. So by the end of the day, it's a plan. Therefore, there will be a lot of assumptions. Most of the time, when it comes to our tasks related to budgeting, assumptions will be given. You are not required to do any assumptions. But the most difficult part in budgeting is actually not budgeting itself, although it might look for some of you that it is, again, due to the fact that there is too many schedules which are sort of connected to each other. But I bet that if you will walk through the process from the beginning to the end, especially as we will do today 3 times, one time together with the explanation of the PowerPoint. Second time, whenever we'll be doing it on the paper. And the third time, whenever we'll be doing it in Excel. So I hope that by that point, we will not have any problem in regards to the process. How is this material going to be assessed in the final exam? Most probably, it's going to be some kind of questions related to whatever you will see in Excel. I will try my best in Moodle to enable the Excel related questions in the exam. Yes.
Doctor, which
will
slide
be-
we are stand on now?
We are what?
Which slide is presented now?
The slide number 1.
Okay.
Sorry, not number 1, number 3. Yes.
But in the Teams, the slide number 1, if the one is shown.
Okay. Sharif Ali, as usual. Okay, so now you're together with us, right?
Yes, doctor, thank you.
No problem. Thank you for noticing. So this is just an example of the budget most of the time for 1 year. Again, depending on dynamics of the company and the choice of the management. Remember, we were constantly reiterating the fact that managerial accounting is mainly for the use of managers. So therefore, whatever works for them is going to be decided and therefore applied, maybe on the personal level as a manager or on the departmental level, whenever each one of the department manager will be responsible of preparing the budget for their area of work, and then to communicate it into the upper managers into making better decisions of the company. Most of the time, whenever we are dealing with budgeting, although it is serving main function of planning, however, it's also about controlling. What do we mean by it? Control is always about having your hand on the pulse of the company, and as a result, be able to make sometimes tough decision of letting somebody to go whenever there is too much slack time is happening and some department is not meeting the budget. Sometimes we will probably need to think about adding extra capacity whenever our planned existing capacity is not going to be capable to deal with whatever is happening. So two functions are so-called correlated to each other, and one is leading to another. If the planning is going to be done better, control is going to be better, and the management is going to be leading to the better result of the company. When we are dealing with the other reasons of why budgeting is done, well, there are many of them. Definitely without plan, we are not going to be able to reach our goals and objectives, which are quite often stated by management into mission and vision of the company. We will not be able to proper allocation of resources. If there is no plan, I will be pretty much wasting my resources. If I will not have the budget, there will be no any understanding where is my problematic area. Quite often in operation management, we call it a bottleneck, which might be looked at much more closely ahead of the time, not as a firefighter coming up to the problem and after that finding solution, which might quite often cost me a lot if I'm spending on it money right now. So predicting what might be the problematic area, and as a result trying to avoid them as much today rather than waiting for tomorrow. Of course, we are not gods. Of course, all of those assumptions that you will be given are just assumptions, but not guesses. The management, whenever they are assuming something, definitely they're using historical information, industry dynamics. If my competitors are planning to occupy more market share in the upcoming years, probably I will need to adjust my previous assumptions in regards of production capacity, in regards of labor, in regards of raw material. So it's like a domino effect. However, building that system which is going to be flexible enough for me just to change assumption is one of the main things that the managers are wishing to do. Coordination, communication is another functions of budget, because by the end of the day, as a manager up, I cannot be expecting people on the places to know exactly why are they doing that. So whenever the motivation is not there, one of the big reasons is when people are feeling that they are being exploited without any reason. So more management is communicating to employees what are so-called output plans is going to be beneficial for overall company. The budgeting is also quite often used by the managers, not only to understand where they are, but also to encourage employees to do better in the future. We already have seen in the previous chapters, whenever management is trying to do commissions, bonuses, quite often it is really related to the planned output and achievement of the goals by the company. So when employees do not know how well did they do it, it's kind of might be creating this kind of anxiety in the heads of the people, and obviously it's going to be ending up not so good, because anxiety of my employees on the floor might be negatively affecting the customer experience, might be negatively affecting the quality of my products being produced. So by the end of the day, it's all negative effect on the company performance. So we are in need of doing the budgeting, not only for us to report to somebody else upstairs, but also to coordinate the effort across the whole company. When we are looking at the budget, nowadays, most of the companies are trying to do something called participative budgeting, which is very different to whatever has been the activity something like 30, 40 years ago. Whenever the manager on the top of the factory is pretty much sending the departments what is his desired output, and as a result, making people to work hard in order to achieve this goal. Nowadays, we do understand HR did a lot of research, the social sciences did a lot of research in order to show to the managers that the opinion of people is very much important, not only about how do they feel today, but how do they feel about the plans that you are putting in front of them. So when the employees are directly asked the question, how much do you think will be capacity of your department? How much do you think will be necessary people in order to complete this task? How many hours machine need to be working in order to complete this output? This proven to have the positive effect on the overall performance of the company. However, the problem is that when I'm going to be relying on self-participating budget only, I will be asking, for example, you guys, as I did, right, from the beginning of the semester, what do you think? This is the assessments and stuff like that. What is usual approach of people? This is normal. It doesn't matter which people you are talking about, students, children in the kindergarten, or the people who are close to their retirement. All the time we want to be safe, right? We want to ask for too little tasks to be completed in order for us not to, face the fact that I underperformed. This is always our human desire. So therefore, when the managers only involve the decisions based on self-participating budgeting, unfortunately, the employees might be using it in their advantage. When they can do work for 10 hours, instead they might be asking only for 5 hours. Whenever the machine can be creating the output for 24 hours, but employees do not want to stand in front of this machine for 24 hours, they might be automatically telling to the manager, oh, the machine is broken or something, any story can be created. So therefore the managers trust, but check by the end of the day, the managers usually prepare whatever they think the company should be working toward strategically. But also the employees asked, what do you think we need to do in order to achieve those kind of strategies? So by the end of the day, the truth is somewhere in between. The more the company is involving into this activity, the more successful they are in in completing the budget, and more accurate the budget becomes. By the end of the day, the only way for us to check whether did I do the good job or not is, first of all, to look at my company level of satisfaction, price of my company on the stock market, also the competitors' reaction, as well as comparing actual and expected. Whenever the budget is compared to whatever the company actually did, we are immediately hearing about it in the news. I'm not sure to which extent are you following the news about the earning releases of the companies, but it's pretty much a very big news in the end of every quarter. For instance, you will hear that Microsoft did not deliver as much sales as they were planning. Well, they are not sitting out of the blue and planning. They are planning based on their budget. So whenever the budget has been not met, the company by itself is evaluating that, and as a result, it's immediately bad news actually for the market. It means it's في حاجة غلط, because there is always assumption that the managers, they do know better in which direction the company should be going. So whenever there is a huge mismatch, immediately the stock market is punishing those companies by moving the prices of those companies down. So yes, we as users do not see, we as an outside people of the company, we do not see budgets. However, we do hear about them because it's a big thing. Whenever there is a huge mismatch in the budget, there was something that the management did not take care of. So self-imposed as well as participating budget is something that the companies trying to do, because by the end of the day, from the HR standpoint of view, it is doing a lot of good things. It is adding for the motivation, communication. People are much more aware what to expect, and as a result, able to prepare. HR department can be working together in order to ensure that people with the necessary skills are going to be prepared. The ownership is being given to the employees. So there is a lot of so-called positive effects on the feelings and morale of the employees whenever the participating budgeting is actually done. The budgetary slack is another time mentioned here. This is the situation whenever the employees, when given a chance to do self-imposed budgeting, are under budgeting rather than over budgeting in order just to look good. So in order to avoid it, we already discussed the fact that managers need to constantly take initiative, and it's not double check, but basically do the job from the top to bottom. Employees are doing this job from bottom to top, and somewhere in the middle, those two systems of budgeting, they coincide with each other. If there is no agreement, there is usually discussion among the managers at the different levels in order to find out one ground rules and actually stick to them. Because by the end of the day, those ground rules, so this plan is going to be constantly on the daily basis, on the weekly basis, on the hourly basis, sometimes checked, verified whether we are according to this plan or not. Because if we are not, the whole system is going to collapse. And whenever this is done very often throughout the year, there was basically no point of doing the budget if I'm constantly running after myself and not being able to complete whatever I was planning. So it's a very good system, actually. Even for personal reasons, the budgeting is very healthy. I'm not sure to which extent each one of you are involved into self-imposed budgeting of your resources, of your time, of your labor hours allocation. Do you do that?
Yes.
No, for your own purpose, yes. I hope so. because I'm quite often not seeing that with my students, you know. This is another example of, did you complete your case study number 2? No, okay. So where is your budgeting? But the time allocated in order to prepare. Yes, so self-imposed budgeting in this case doesn't work unless we are putting for you the guidelines and deadlines for the assessment submission. And this is our top-down approach to budgeting from the perspective of the teachers, because students usually are very much using budgetary slack, mental mass, in order to say, yes, I did it. Yes, I'm sure that I'm going to do it very well, right? With the CFA exams. يعني you know, nowadays you would be surprised to hear generally what I see, especially with all of those easy loans appearing, how many people are sitting and not capable to pay those loans. What is the reason for that? Underestimating your abilities and overestimating what are you in need for buying whenever you are doing this decision, which is partially budgeting problem, yani. So it's not only about allocating of time, it's also allocating of your resources. And one of the resources, the money in versus money out comparison and pretty much planning. This is what we're going to be partially looking at in our example. But trust me, if you are doing it continuously, it's going to be very good payback. So I hope that those Excel sheets that I'm going to be submitting, one of them we will be completing together. Another one is just for the sake of example, which is walking you through all entire budget of one company from A to Z with all of the assumptions. And again, it's very flexible. Once you change any of the assumptions, since the formulas are pretty much across the board, everything is going to be automatically recalculated, which is a way to look at it. You can actually prepare it for yourself when we're speaking about the personal life application. This is all parts that we will be looking at completing, because by the end of the day, there are a number of the plans coinciding with each other, and one is going to be feeding into another. Of course, we are always starting with sales. And by the way, sales budget or sales projections is one of the key stone to think about for any of the financial activity. Because by the end of the day, whatever I'm expecting to sell, only that amount I'm going to be expecting to produce. Once I know the sales budget, then the company needs to evaluate what is the production budget. And if I want to sell 200 items, I will need to produce those 200 items, and probably not today, if it will be in need of 1 month before, something like that. Once the production budget is estimated, then we are going to be looking at how much of the ending inventory is expected, because we cannot end up with zero inventory. Why zero inventory is not an option? Finished goods as well as raw materials.
Because we have a time to market, we need a time to reproduce.
Safety margin, because we need there is usually a delay between us actually selling it to the customers and delivering it. Some of the companies, by the way, are capable to get this ending inventory to almost zero. Those companies are working on something called just-in-time inventory. But in order for them to be capable to do so, there is very much two important elements. There should be a very high established network with their suppliers, because zero ending balance of inventory means my suppliers are instantly giving to me the raw materials in order for me to be able to, on the same day, complete the task and actually give it to the customers. Dell, for instance, is able to achieve something like that with their computers. Nike is constantly saying that they are capable to do that, however, not everywhere. I don't think that Toyota, of course, yes, Toyota as well, but in their case is more mass production rather than customization. Yes, they are capable, but not all on all of the markets, by the way. they are trying to claim that it is on all of the markets, but because they are a revolutionary company who started doing it for the first time. But why Toyota is capable to do and GM can't? Because Toyota has all of its suppliers under it. So it's just a matter of, you know, the interdepartment communication for the car production facility to receive necessary amount of tires, metals, from the same, yani it's like momentarily completed task from one part of the factory to another. Not every single plant is capable to design it in such a way to have the system. However, so we will be assuming we're speaking about normal case scenario. Ending inventory is going to be more like for the safety in case if something will go wrong. Once we are done with that, then we will be in need of calculating all of the elements which will be necessary to complete this finished goods inventory. We need direct material, direct labor, we'll need an overhead. All of them are calculated separately in order to match the desired level of the finished good production. And as a result, you will have the budget for each one of them, which will be by the end of the day feeding to the cash budget. What is cash budget accounting for? The money received versus the money paid. Why it is not the same as sales? Because we already spoke about it in financial accounting. There is a credit sales. Very often the companies are, in order for attraction of the customers, they are letting customers to pay back after some period of time. So therefore, there will be mismatch between the amount of sales and the amount of cash that the company collected. The same story applies for all of the expenses, because if you think about it, direct material, direct labor, manufacturing overhead, all of them are going into our expenses. And as a result, some of it will be paid in cash. Some of it is going to be paid later on. So cash budget need to take feeding from the sales budget, from the production budget, which will end up affecting manufacturing, labor, overhead, and the raw materials. By the end of the day, for us to see how much cash coming in, how much cash is going out. After that only, we are going to be preparing the income statement and finalizing our balance sheet based on, of course, information coming from the previous period. So a lot of assumptions will be necessary for us to complete the whole loop. And luckily, those assumptions will be always there. All what you need to remember, what is connected to what. Because if I'm going to ask you to prepare for me budget, no way that you will jump into cash budget immediately. So, yani only under one condition it could be done, and even that is with a very big number of activities completed before, when everything is on cash. So in this case, if payment are in cash, receiving is in cash, we can just basically, after completing all of these raw materials and production budget and stuff like this, we will be capable to just copy paste in order to complete our cash budget. But the whole reason of the cash budget to exist is because the ins and outs are not all on cash. So any questions so far before we are going to start going into activities? All right. This is all of the questions that we need to keep in mind whenever we are preparing it, related to the how many units to sell, how many units to produce, how many people to hire, how much time of the of my machine or labor hours will be dedicated to calculation of overhead, how much will be my ending inventory, what would be my cash related policy, what will be my account receivable, accounts payable policy. So all of that instantly is answered whenever the company is sitting and thinking about their assumptions or observation of whatever has been happening previously. Oops. ليه كده؟ All right. Usually the managers, as I already said before, are using Excel in order to collect all of the schedules together. And by the end of the day, you will be doing that. However, I want you just to bear with me, go through all of the steps based on one example in order for us to be able then without any problems to launch an Excel and actually complete the budget in no time, especially when you know what should be completed. So we will be doing with our Royal company, which is producing some items. Let's assume that this is like the luxury, some kind of keychains that they are
Dr.
producing.
The slides is based on learning objective 2.
Okay. All right, so very much important for us to know the previous months. We will be concentrating on the 3 months, April, May, and June. However, the same relationship between why those, because we will be looking at the quarter, previous months as well as the next months are very much important. You will see that assumptions are very much related to what was our desired outcome of sales in the last months, because remember my ending inventory is going to be based on this month's prediction, and the ending inventory is going to be next month's prediction. So therefore, those relationships are going to be kept rolling out. This is just going to be a small example based on the 1 quarter. However, nothing can stop me to expand it for a year and a half, up to whatever is going to be decision of the managers. And this is what enabling us to do this kind of continuous budget. If you remember in the beginning of class, yes. Mm-hmm.
Without calculating whatever gonna produce.
No, we will calculate how much am I going to be. It will be the desired amount of finished goods, which will be necessary to hold to cover my August units of sales. Okay, and as a result, raw materials is going to be to enable me to have the finished goods inventory to meet the August sales. Okay, the same story in March. I need to end up having the ending inventory to meet my April sales of 20,000. To know how much was my beginning inventory. Remember when we are calculating cost of goods sold? It's all starting from ending inventory plus purchases minus ending in order to find out how much my cost of goods sold. That knowledge is important in the last stage when we are calculating our income statements. Okay, and income statement will be needed to complete the balance sheet. All right. So
March here is actual or it's ending balance?
we are going to be looking at the budget for 1 quarter.
Okay, but I'm talking about March, which is 10,000 yuan.
Yes. What about it?
It's the actual, not budget.
No, it's also budgeted. I mean, we are looking at the budgeted sales for the next 5 months. However, for us to have the beginning or the ends, usually it's either prepared for 1 month, 1 quarter, half a year, or the whole year. Okay, we never prepare it in between. Yani, usually it doesn't make sense for me to plan for March and April. It's done in batches, which is following reporting requirements of the company. Okay, it's just why it is not actual, because what am I going to be doing? Taking part of your existing budget and showing to you how the numbers are related to each other based on 1 quarter estimated performance. Tamam?
Tamam.
Okay, the actual is going to be post factum. After we are done with the entire budget, then the manager on the monthly basis will be looking at reports generated by the sales team, for example, and comparing how much in the end of the March was predicted versus how much was the actual, in order to see variance and as a result trying to interfere if there is any problems. Okay?
Okay.
All right. So if I'm predicting or creating my sales schedule, this is the easiest one, although the most critical one. Again, those numbers are predictions of the managers based on what? Quite often based on history. So the naive prediction is just going to be looking at my March, April, May, June, July sales of the last year, and thinking that I'm not going to be changing anything, no expansion in the market. I'm going to be just copying and pasting it. But of course, the managers are putting an extra effort in order to change those numbers, because ultimately, like if we're speaking about Egypt, the sales price per unit might be different depending on what's going to be inflation expectation and stuff like that. Maybe there will be promotion things that the management is thinking about applying. Also is going to be affecting our sales price. The not quantities. Maybe I am going to be expecting that due to marketing done last year, there is more awareness about my product, and as a result, my expected increase is going to be by 10% every single month in comparison to the last year. So how those numbers are assumed, this is out of the scope of this chapter. It's just in order to see that some information is given and the reasons why it is given for us to be able to start with the key number. What is going to be the amount of dollars in the sales that I'm going to be getting from this product? Tamam? The easiest part of the budgeting, although the hardest one because of the assumptions. Any questions for the sales budget? So you will remember, right, that usually the numbers will be given to you in regards of the quantities expected to be sold. Usually we never start with the total amount of sales. The price per unit is also going to be fed for you. After that, it's going to be just one multiplied by another in order for us to get 200,000, 500,000, and so on and so forth. Those numbers are important for two reasons again. First of all, I need to know how much of this 200, 500, 300 will be collected. Remember our cash budget. Second very important thing from this table is number of units. Because if I know how many units I will sell, I will know how many units I need to make. I will know how many raw materials I will need to buy, and so on and so forth. So it's like a waterfall from one piece of information to another. When we are looking at our collections, usually it's completed immediately once I know my sales budget. Again, those two numbers are usually estimated. Like here, the management based on the policy, maybe the company has a policy, or maybe the company decided that they are going to be working forced by market. Yes, maybe this is the market rules and stuff like that. So here we are estimating that 70% of the sales is going to be collected in the same months, and 30% is going to be collected the months later. Sometimes, by the way, this kind of collection is subdivided into 3 months, 20% this month, 20% next month, and the rest 60% the months after. So it's all customizable according to realities in which the company is operating and according to whatever the management decides, sometimes management can come in and put very strict collection policies whenever, especially their product is very much desired. Like Saudi is enjoying this policy whenever they can tell to the companies, we will pay for you later on. However, you have to pay for us today. So as a result, this kind of choices dictated by the realities. So taking this into consideration, and also very much important number given to us, usually it's calculated because assumption is always the same. Here, account receivable balance is going to be 30,000 in March. Why is this not an assumption? It is coming directly from this table. Remember previous months, oops. Remember I said to you that the previous months, March, the sales was 10,000. So out of this 10,000 in March, 70% of it was collected that month. Accounts receivable, which is my uncollected amount in March, is going to be 3,000, which is going to be going into April. So this cash is going to be collected in April, in addition to the 70% of the sales that I'm getting in April. Okay, so this rollover is going to be automatically applied to our. So as a result, the information in this slide is not really assumed, it's just given to you here. However, in the reality, we usually apply the same rule throughout the board and ending up having our schedule, which is rolling down every single month. So it's like, with the postponement, some certain sales collection to the next month. So my April is going to be having 30% left with account receivables. In May, I'm going to be having 200,000 of sales coming from the previous table, remember?
It's calculated based on action, but
No, this is based on budget. It's all budget. It's all budget. We're not dealing with action.
it's not action.
No.
Assumption, you have assumptions.
What are the assumptions? 70% and 30%.
Yes.
This is coming from the action. Yes. Or from the whatever management decides. However, these calculations are all based on, remember, starting from this table. This is our
What I mean here, we are calculating now, what is expected account receivable, based on our budget.
yes.
Not, what action.
No, no.
Not giving, we are selling for the budget in April, but we sold 80,000.
No.
So account receivable will be
Not at all.
100%.
It's all budget. We are going to be speaking to all of the numbers as budget. Whatever you are talking about, we will look at it in the next discussions. Okay? Because actual is something that is coming from your floor. It's not you predicting. Actual,
Make the 2,000 variant to next month's budget. I mean that.
I am going to use, if I'm budgeting, first of all, for 2026, and it started in probably November, December 2025, in order to get all of my information of the performance of that year, compare actual and budgeted in 2025 to adjust my budget for 2026. So by January 2026, the companies usually have already the budget for the whole year, which is going to be then verified together with whatever actual. Okay, so this is the accountants are doing outside of the system. It's not in their accounting books. It's in the special reports which the management is using to compare them. Accounting information, how much actually have been sold, to the budgeted information on the daily, weekly, monthly basis. Okay, so our sales being predicted here. Now our collection is going to be predicted based on this assumption, and as a result, every single month need to have the two inputs. How much of my sales of this month did I collect? How much of left out sales of the previous months I'm also going to end up having in that month. So if I will be looking at May sales, on my April sales, 140,000, this is 70% of 200. And the rest, 60,000, which is 30%, is going to be left out for the next month. So next month, I'm already starting with expected sales collection of the previous month. In addition to that, it will be the next number. If you remember, for June, the expected sales, sorry, for May, expected sales was 500. So 500 multiplied by 70% is going to be giving me cash collected for May, in addition to cash coming from April, and the remaining is going to be left into the next month. So therefore, continuing with the same manner, I'm going to be having accumulated numbers already for the whole quarter, because how the quarterly numbers work. Account receivable in the beginning of the quarter, not all of them added together. It's account receivable in the beginning of the quarter, cash collections, and then still there will be account receivable which will be left for end of the quarter to be collected in the next month, which is going to be July. Tamam? So schedule, once you will put it into the Excel especially, the numbers are going to be automatically calculating, and all what you will need is just to change the assumption with 70% and 30%, because by the end of the day, this is what is rolling our cash collection budget. All right. The question is, what would be the cash collections for the entire quarter? Can we calculate it? Well, we need this, plus we need this.
70%.
What do you need?
الكاش بتاع الكوارتر هيبقى 70% بلس صح ولا ايه؟
No. You cannot calculate April, May, June. So remember, we started April with 30,000, which is coming in from March. We were having 200,000 in April, which is going to be 200,000 multiplied by 70% collected in April. So my April is going to be
هيبقى من 30% بتاع جون. يعني هيبقى كله except the 30% بتاع جون because it will be in July.
Yes, that's true. Yes. However, 30% of June and whatever was in the beginning of March. Okay.
I didn't get March.
Okay, so 70% of 200,000 is going to be here. And 30% of 200,000 is going to be here. In May, I was having 500,000 multiplied by 70%.
March.
900.
March. How much was March?
910.
March was 30,000 is coming in to be collected in April.
March was 10,000.
March sale was 10,000. 30% of it is left to not 3,000, not 30,000, 3,000. So here it's going to be, and in June, I will have my 300,000 multiplied by 0.7 and the left out of 500,000 multiplied by 0.3. So my account receivables in the end of June is going to be 300,000 multiplied by 30. Yeah?
Total is
940,000.
940,000. Yes.
That's what the consuming.
Yes.
Units in March, 10,000.
Units in March, 10,000, 30% of it is collected in April.
Okay, not 3,000, 30,000.
In March, and sales at the end with units at the end. The very first statement, and should.
10,000, yes, it's $10 per item, right? Yes. Times 10. So that's going to be 70,000 and 30. Yes. One second. Where are you lost?
What is the answer?
940. Okay. All right. By the end of the day, especially when you're doing it by hand, it might be some kind of confusion or forgetting what is coming from where. But if you are doing it in Excel, the only thing that I have seen people doing somehow not correctly is organizing the numbers here. So people usually do not start with the quarter open balance. It's all about what was the beginning of the balance to convert it, and just the flow of actual cash collection from one month to another. All right, production budget. Remember from the beginning, we said that sales budget is having two very much important inputs. How much of actual dollar sales, which is important for our collection, as well as how many units necessary to be produced. So with our production budget, we do not use the total dollars that we're going to collect. We instead going to concentrate on the different number of items that needs to be produced. And on March 31st, they're telling to you 4,000 units were on hand. Why the 4,000 units? Because in order for me to start March, I need to satisfy my sales of April. And since I know how many quantity of products need to be produced in April, I know that each one of them cost $10. And I know that in April, there were 200,000 of the sales generated. So that means that we sold 20,000. 20,000 multiplied by 20%, that's exactly your 4,000 units that needs to be kept in March in the end in order to satisfy the desired number of products for the April. Okay, so 4,000 is not just an assumption. 4,000 is following the schedule for the 20% rule that we are applying across the board. In order for me to calculate what is going to be desired number of raw materials, we need to start with our production number of products required for every single month. So our April starts with the ending inventory from the March, which is 10,000. Total needs is going to be added together in order to subtract the beginning inventory, whatever we already had, in order to understand how many production units need to be done for satisfying all of the assumptions of the company. Yes.
I don't understand the ending inventory. Why is it added to this?
Because whatever I want to sell in April, right? 20,000 units I need to have. However, I need to have extra in order to feed for May. Okay, so 20%, remember, I need to have by the end of April, in addition to my units that I ended up selling in April. So this 10,000 is going to be 50,000 multiplied by 20%. Didn't we see this piece of information?
Ending of the quarter.
No. Well, ending of quarter, ending of months, ending of the day. Yeah, in the end of every single period for which I'm budgeting, I put an agreement of having extra. safety margin.
What do you mean by 20% of the following budgeted sales?
Which months am I right now?
April?
No, right now I'm in June. مثلا.
Okay.
What is my next month? July. In order for me to close my storage room in the end of June, I need to have what will be necessary to sell in June plus extra amount, 20%. Whenever you are opening your refrigerator,
احنا خلصنا السيلز في التيبل ده.
yes, we're done with
That's
this.
the standard.
Yes, yes, yes.
And now
This
we're
is
looking
collection.
at inventory.
Yes. How many items?
Inventory is number of units only, not
Yes.
speaking month.
No. It's number of units. Why do we need to calculate number of units? Because I need to pay for this number of units, right? So later on, we will need an extra information about how much it costs you. Now, I only want to know how many more units to have on hand, okay? By the end of the month.
So I have to offer myself 20% of the number of units in each month.
Yes, of next month. Yes.
And draw it of next month. يعني في April أنا May has 50,000 units.
Yes.
So I need 20% of this to be allocated to April.
Yes. Yes. To be added to
I
that.
need to buy in April 20% of the next month.
Yes.
ليه بقى؟
Because it's safety. It's safety. Okay, when I will go to your home.
أيوة 60 for what تاني؟ يعني لو أي change في المرة
After based on your questions, I feel that I will go to your house, open the refrigerator, and there will be nothing.
So my friends, بس يعني there's inventory for the cat.
There is inventory. Why that?
Because of the same exact reason.
Okay.
يعني هو ده معلش رامبو يعني
It's the same exact
لما
thing.
تروح تجيب اكل قطط زياده
أيوة.
هو ده اهم
بالزيادة.
مرة القطة في الآخر. أنا ربطت الموضوع.
I have one point here.
What is it?
I have one point here. I think it will يعني illustrates a point.
Okay. Go
Sorry
ahead.
for speaking in Arabic, but just to illustrate the point. احنا في شركة قديمة كانت عندنا، كان للأسف بنحتاج نسبلاي البضائع بتاعتنا بنسبة 40% في أول أسبوع. فطبعا ما كناش بنقدر ننتج 40% من خطة الشهر في أول أسبوع، فعشان كده كنا بنحط بالفعل نسب كبيرة في البيجيننج ستوك أو السيفتي ستوك اللي عندنا. فدي كانت أظن عشان كده هم هنا حاطين ال 20%، وبعض الشركات بتزيد عن كده كمان.
No, I understand. The most important if you understand يا عزة.
كده هو الراجل وضحها.
because يعني he needs to deliver early فعلشان يسيب his
ممكن
consumption أو
وقت الشحن، ممكن تقول البضاعة اللي أنا بستوردها دي وقت التريد، وقت الشحن، وقت البرودكشن نفسه اللي هي بتنزل مايلستونز معينة، فبتبتدي بتاخد وقت في البرودكشن عشان أبقى فينيش يونت. زي ما قال لي مش هقدر أخلصها في أول أسبوع، فلو في أوردر عندي في يوم 15 في الشهر مش هلحق أورده، فأنا ببقى عامل حسابي إن أنا في معايا ستوك داخل بيه عشان لو جاي أوردرز في يوم 5 في الشهر أقدر أبيع وأعمل برودكشن.
The problem is that in the reality, there is limited resources and limited capacity. Not always the company is capable to open the box and get out of the item. And by the way, we cannot control when exactly the orders need to be fulfilled. Here we are assuming that we are looking at what is going to be expected throughout the whole month. But when exactly does it happen? Maybe the whole amount is going to be necessary at 12 a.m. or 12:01 of the next day. You are not going to be running around and collecting the order in order to deliver for your customer. So usually in operation management, there is an extra items being held for any reasons. For the reason of machine breakage, somebody sick, for example, I cannot complete the order according to the same amount. The prices for the product change. So, for instance, whenever it was a huge disturbance in regards of the exchange rate, a lot of companies were stocking additional number of units, not because of anything, but because there was no guarantee if they will be capable to buy them according to the same exchange rate or not. So there is a number of reasons according to which the company is creating this 20%. Tamam? Of course, by the way, the higher the amount of the percentages, the more expensive it is for the company, if you think about it, because I need to store it somewhere. I mean, if it is extra 10 kilos of flour, it's okay. But if it is a extra 10,000 cars, it's going to be extra expenses of overhead and stuff like that. So here the number, although it's for safety, but it's always cost benefit analysis. The more I'm ready, reducing my risk, but also increasing my cost for the storage, insurance, safety, and كله حاجات كده. So usually the managers are trying to make this decision based on different models. Economic order quantity is one of the model, and so on and so forth. Okay, so the lower this percentage, the lower is the cost, but higher the risk, which might be negatively affecting me in the long run. All right, so therefore 20 plus 10, that's going to be my total amount of inventory. And of course, I didn't start this month with nothing. I already had 4,000 from March. That's where we are subtracting it, not to overstock, right? If we will continue adding it together, keeping the ending inventory without any consideration, I will end up having too much inventory for no reasons. I just to get total in the end of the month is 20% of the next month. Yes, just only that. By the end of the day, my ending inventory in the end of the quarter is going to be equal for the July 20% of the units of production extra, plus to be able to serve my July, right? So here is the question for the required production for May. Can we please do the same task?
46.
MashaAllah. Can you walk us through? Can you please walk us through this calculation?
Okay, so the budget sales is 50,000. The needed ending inventory, it will be 20% of the needed for June, which will be 6,000. So the total needed is 56,000 minus the beginning inventory, which was 10,000. So the total will be 46.
Because this was the beginning where I started my May. Remember this 10,000 that I was putting in myself in the hand of April? This was my ending inventory in April. If I close April, I start with it beginning inventory, right? Okay, so my beginning inventory is going to be subtracted. That's an extra unit which was already there in the beginning of May. So,
Which is the 20%.
20% of the May its own sales.
20% of April plus May sales.
No. Ending inventory is going to become beginning. Whatever I wanted to end with, it will become beginning inventory for March.
20% of their, مع الكام دي هي 20% على 50.
Yes.
صح؟
So,
ماشي.
if I just a second, I close April, right? What will I have on my balance sheet in April if I will prepare the balance sheet?
The extra
Inventory that I have from in April in order to cover for March. So,
هي 20% بتاعت March.
yes.
Okay.
So these 10%, is my beginning inventory for March. Oh, sorry, for May, yes. Okay? What is the rules of the game here? Whatever is needed plus the desired ending inventory for this month minus beginning inventory for this month in order to get the total. Okay? So we always start 50,000 plus our required extra for the next month. 30,000 multiplied by 20%, 6,000. Tamam? The same story what we did here.
We're speaking about April and May, مش March خلاص. April and May.
We're speaking about May.
خلاص
Okay.
No, so the need to feel 65 less beginning inventory.
56 minus 10, 46. 50 you need.
From my 10 okay.
This was my May beginning inventory.
May beginning inventory.
May beginning inventory.
From when?
From April. In April, this is ending inventory.
Yes.
Yes.
In ending inventory, but the ending inventory.
Is becoming beginning for the next month. If I'm ending something this month, it's becoming.
Based on will be selling what we budget.
Yes.
Why we didn't take the 26?
26 is required number to be produced in April. It doesn't account for the inventory. Okay, it's related to my sales bar. However, in the end, after I'm selling this 56, I have some extra 10,000. Why do I need to have them? To satisfy my May. I open my May with 10,000. Yes. Okay. And then again, whatever is going to be here subtracted, whatever we calculated based on the June is going to be moving as the ending.
Of June.
As the beginning of June. And after that, ending of June is ending of June is going to be beginning of July.
أنا مش فاهمة ال 4,000 دي منين بقى؟ 4,000 after plus ending inventory بتاع ده March.
Yes.
March is يعني ruining everything. خلينا في April و May.
والله this study is going to involve the whole year. No, actuals is going to be after you learn what to do with the imagination. Let's imagine. No, by the way, if you are putting into your head to do the budget together with actual, you are going to ruin the whole purpose of the budget. It's always budget and after that action. Okay. So 46,000 units. If I'm going to be finishing up my quarter, my June ending inventory is going to become quarter ending inventory. The beginning of inventory, which we started our April, is going to be beginning of inventory for that quarter. So this is wherever sometimes students are making mistake when they are putting it into the bigger scale and finishing up a quarter or finishing up a year. So with the beginning and ending, it's always ending of the quarter. This is going to become our quarterly input. And wherever we are starting our quarter is going to become our beginning of inventory.
I understand that we are reporting from the quarter.
Yes.
But is it more actually taking 6,000?
No, because 6,000 is already ending inventory for the June.
Yes, this is after the budget.
But this is ending inventory for June, not necessarily. What is this column doing? What the quarter started with and what the quarter ended with. It's not where the June started or where the June ended. Okay, so they will be different. Any questions online, ya Jama?
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so now we will be able to prepare calculations for the amount of money required in order to produce this amount. We know how much to produce, but the market will be telling to us how much it costs. Why do we need it? Because by the end of the day, we need to buy all of the prepared budget, be able, is it profitable or not? We're planning, but I will never go further step if the plan is showing to me is going to be unprofitable. Sales minus expenses need to be looked at by the end. So here there is a lot of assumptions related to, first of all, pricing. So here we are using 5 pounds. It's not 5 Egyptian pounds, it's 5 grams, well, 5 whatever weight measure, right? For every unit. And there is another consideration that managers want for the safety stock. In order to deal with the suppliers effectively, I need in the end of the month to keep some extra raw materials in my storage room. In order for me, maybe something will be spoiled, maybe somebody will misuse it. So for me to have some extra for the needed quantity of the production in the end of the month. So 10% in the end of the month is going to be related for the next month desired level of the production. And the cost of it is 0.4 per pound. We will be capable to calculate the direct material budget. Always starting from our previous prepared budget of the ending beginning inventory. Production budget is very much important number to be fed here. So manufacturing per unit, how much pounds? It's the same number, 5. So as a result, we are capable to multiply. Very flexible in regards of the prediction. For instance, if my supplier is going to be communicating to me the plans, right? I am planning to increase the cost, or for, it's not a supplier, it's me. If I'm having some certain plans of upgrading my machine and مثلا using less number of the raw materials. So in that case, all what I will need is just to adjust this number of pounds in order to calculate what's going to be the production needs. I know also there is a certain number of the raw materials that I need to have in order to be ready for the next month. So as the result, 23,000. It's an extra weight of the material necessary to be ready for the next month's production, which is 230,000 multiplied by 10% to have some certain extra. So the total needed 153. The beginning inventory was based on the March. The production needs for March is 130. 10% of that was kept in the end of March. This is our 13,000. So the same rules apply. Whatever is necessary plus desired ending inventory minus beginning inventory in order to calculate our required dollar amount of the materials. Okay? Once you, yes. We are expanding, yes. Didn't I show to you the whole plan? Yes, there will be also direct labor, there will be manufacturing overhead, كله حاجة كده. Just remember this order, because quite often this rule is something that not only you, a lot of other people are confused. So we are always adding the desired ending and minusing the beginning, whichever we started this month with, okay? All right. So they're asking you to do the same kind of calculation for May.
It will be 221,050. 500.
All right. So first of all, can you walk me through? 230 is the production needs.
Yes, and the desired ending is 10% of the following month will be 14,500. So the total needs will
I'm just
will sum the needed with the desired ending will be 244,500. And then the beginning inventory will be the ending inventory of the last month. Then we will minusing 23,000.
And the total
Will be 221,500.
okay. Thank you. Questions of this flow? Can you tell to me how to do for June? Yes. Of the, sorry, it's not 50,500. It's going to be based on the July sales. July sales is going to be, we need to prepare the whole budget for the July anyways. It's another assumption. The desired ending inventory is going to be based on July. Yes. And for the July, in order for you to estimate it, remember we need to create desired sales budget. Yes, starting from beginning. So by the end of the day, the whole numbers are moving in exactly the same way. Whatever we are ending with inside of the June is going to become my quarterly ending inventory. Whatever we started with our April is going to be my quarterly beginning inventory.
Doctor, does this mean that you have to calculate 1 month extra?
Yes, usually yes.
For every quarter?
Yes, that's true. That's why usually if I'm asking you for the quarter, the information for the previous months and the next month is usually provided. You will see that in Excel it's just a matter of putting the formula in. It's all about whenever you're doing it by hand. In the yes.
I think the desired ending inventory for June must be more than this number.
Ending inventory for June is 14,000. Sorry. We can calculate it. Let me just go back because I don't keep in my head the numbers.
I think the needed was 25,000 by 5, so it will be 125 divided by 10, so it will be 1,200, 500.
Required production, budgeted sales. Budgeted sales of July is 25,000.
Yes. Multiplied by 5.
However, this is not the whole amount. Remember, we still need to know what is extra I'm going to be keeping in July. That's why this information is very much important. Remember, our goal was to keep extra number of the units in order to satisfy my August. In August, there is 15,000. We need to keep extra 20% of August. Remember? So yes, 25,000 that will sell, plus beginning. This is for July. Plus beginning, sorry, ending inventory of August, which is 15,000 multiplied by wings. Wings, how much? So this is going to be 23,000. This is the total production needed.
Yes.
Yes, minus, I should be minusing from it. The beginning inventory of July, which is going to be 20% multiplied by 25,000. How much?
20% multiplied by 5,000.
So it's going to be 23,000 required production. 23,000 required production. So August here.
If 23 صوت صراحة.
23,000. So 23,000 is going to be I'm comparing it to this, right? Live material. We're going to start with 23,000 times 5. Yeah. 150.
No, 100.
Plus our ending inventory. And this is wherever we need our August and the next month, September, for the production budget. They are not giving to you this entire information. So I cannot really verify this 11,500.
That's why the inventory for is 11,000.
They are putting it as their own, I mean, of course,
It's from July, right?
the beginning inventory is, yeah, this is from July. Okay.
I have a little confusion.
Yes.
Yeah, I understand for the sustainability of the process, each month we'll have the 10% for the next month.
Yes.
And then at the end, we'll subtract the 10% that has been added from the previous month.
Yes, that's true.
What if the starting inventory, what was rolled over from the previous month, I used it? This is the assumption that I never used the starting inventory. So
No, just a second. You are telling to me right now about the actual.
what?
Actual. Whatever is happening.
Whatever I'm assuming is.
No. We do not assuming what is happening. We are predicting in December for the next entire year. Whatever is going to start happening is going to be recorded based on the accounting team. When, for instance, you as an operation manager will open the storage and use all of the inventory that was kept according to our budget, we need to close June with 11,500 extra amount of inventory.
Okay.
Let's say that you are action manager who is using this budget.
Yes.
So you are coming in June, opening the storage room and finding 0. This is wherever you will be reporting and coming back to the accounting, asking from where did it close? And then we are going to be investigating why it was supposed to be 11,500. What exactly happened? And there, wherever investigation will result in one of the 2 reasons. Either employees overuse or misuse, okay? or there was more sales than it is expected, and as a result, the manager is going to be dealing with the problem once it appears. So you as a manager will be looking at these figures, not assuming, verifying whether they do exist and they do.
Doctor, I can't see the screen. If you are sharing, could you please make sure if it's sharing?
Yes. You can see it now, right?
Yes.
What is happening in the actual account? Because the whole reason for this budget is to have some kind of plan. Because if you are not having this budget, then you will be basically left with no ability to interfere into the process before the problem may arise. So when I know that in my closing of the month, means that there will be a whole team responsible to verify those numbers, which is very easily to do so, especially if there is accounting system communicated to all of the necessary involved departments. So you as a manager will open your report and you will see my accounting actual transactions showing to me that it's half of this amount. At which point we're supposed to be being proactive, finding the resolution. Okay, maybe for the next months, your recommendation for the budgeting team is going to be to increase the budget a little bit for the extra inventory. So it will be then rolled over for the next of the months. Maybe you are observing it constantly, only 2 months in a row, this does not work, okay? But this will be your job to communicate, the budget did not work. Let's try to do the resolution for them, okay?
One final question, the materials to be purchased, this amount is in dollars, in money?
Yes, this is in dollars.
So this is the money I need to fulfill the production of the.
No, just a second. This is pounds, this is weights. This is how many kilos of these materials we need to buy. This is not yet in dollars.
It's the next level.
This will be our next consideration, yes. In order for me to see how much is it in dollars, I need to know what is the quantity of the raw materials I need to purchase. So this is what is they're doing.
So is this quantity of dollars? Or
It is
quantity?
quantity, because this is pounds, this is the weight.
Unit ده 5 دولار. 1 unit ده 5 دولار 5 كيلو.
I need 221 units to fulfill.
Pounds, not Egyptian pound, weight, grams, kilos, whatever.
140 كيلو خلينا 26 واحد.
I'm using for 1 unit 5 kilos, let me put it this way. As a result, my total number of the kilos that is necessary 130, my ending inventory, my beginning inventory, this is total number of kilos I need to have for June. Okay, not yet how much money. How much money is going to be our next step? 0.4 pounds if it costs me in order to purchase this kilo of the raw materials. And the March 31st accounts payable balance is 12,000. And 1/2 of those purchases is paid for the month of purchase. And the second one will be paid the month later. Because our
Doctor, the screen is paused on the previous slide. I'm really sorry.
we are not, wallahi. La, discount, no. Let's try to understand this first, yani. Yeah.
Last time, it's not the biggest,
Yes, yes, yes. This is your first time to do that. The company, yes, it's changing, but not drastically changing from one period of reporting to another. So quite often it's like you have already a skeleton, who is later on you change your assumption. Again, what is the assumption here? How much it will cost? What is the assumption? How much you are going to be in need to pay? This is not assumed. This is usually given to you by your supplier. Your supplier will allow you something, will not allow you something. So if your supplier will tell you everything is in cash, you will not even need to do this consideration 50 now, 50 later. But most of the time, if we are having trusted relationship, we are capable to negotiate that. And yes, complication onto this will be when I'm having volume discount, whenever I'm trying to, decide whether to take it or not. But that's usually, by the way, if those volume discounts are constantly available, also put into the assumption. If those volume discounts are changed, this is wherever you as a manager will be giving this information to the accounting. And then you will see variance between the budgeted and actual, and you will have your justification. Yes.
How in real life we are assuming the amount for the pounds for material that they are buying from different suppliers.
But if you are buying from different suppliers, even in that case, I can approximately know the average. Or prepare, because for different suppliers, I would probably be buying the different parts. If it is the same product that you are buying across different suppliers, we are usually sticking into average pricing on a general level. Or after all of this budget prepared, I know that out of my 230 kilos, 10,000 I'm buying from this supplier. So I will be able to do it with the same master budget, but have 3 layers of pricing in order to take care of that. Once you create it on an Excel sheet, one big schedule, trust me, to change assumption, this is going to be just an extra layer of required. Yes, yes. Changing some formula which is related to that specific number. Okay.
Would it matter that I'm buying from different suppliers when I'm setting set budget, whether I buy from a single supplier or multiple suppliers?
Right now, we are assuming that it's one supplier again. Once this assumption is not there, then all what you are going to be doing is, مثلا, it's not why this where is it?
We could issue a license.
I don't think so, because sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Just let me try to share the screen. Okay. So in that case, whatever number of the units that you require will be still there. All what will be changing is this amount that you're multiplying by these units. If you know from the beginning, yes, that out of 140, this supplier can provide for you only 20% on this price. So you will be there just adjusting this part, but all of the parts before will not be any problem. Yes. Moreover, in the reality, if I'm producing juices, okay, some of the suppliers providing me oranges where I need just 2 oranges for half liter of juice. Another one will give to me 5 oranges for the half liter of juice. I will be adjusting them this number, depending on how much quantity will be required from each one of the suppliers. So in this case, I will be just doing the same thing, but creating separate table for different suppliers. That's it. Okay, but by the end, it will be the same type of assumption. The only number which will change is the quantity necessary.
So at this point, I don't yet have a budget. I'm doing this to estimate what is the budget I need.
That's true, yes. So for me to be able now to create my purchases budget and to see what is going to be the cash payments, I will need to do the same thing as with account receivables. If you remember, 70 and 50%. But now we are applying it to the total amount of money that I need in order to buy these raw materials. So 230 multiplied by 0.4 per 1 pound. And after that, 56,000, 50% of that will need to be paid in April. The rest will be remaining for the May and so on and so forth. How much do I need to have in May? It will be my May total amount of the materials to be purchased multiplied by 0.4. 50% in May, 50% will be remaining to June, and it will be rolling over. Tamam? The next
Right.
question. Yes. They're asking you to compute expected disbursement for the material for the quarter based on these numbers. Let's see. Accounts payable balance for the April.
Maybe 221.
So the total is going to be 56. May 200, 221,
Yes.
22,000, 22,500.
You missed one.
Yes, okay. Yeah,
221, 500.
500. One? Okay, okay, okay.
1, 5.
How much is it going to be in May? The total amount?
300. It's 22,300.
How much is it again?
7.
It's 22,300.
1,300. So out of April, we are having 56,000 multiplied by 0.5. And here 56,000.
That's something. Like 88, 600, 600.
Can I calculate?
Yes.
الاثنين شغالين ازاي يا ماما؟ اما السكه 72
كنا سامعين في الكتير بتاعتي مش فوق.
بنتكلم في
اللي هي بنت فلوس. لا لا لا.
88,000.
صح.
And here
65.
65, well, 56.
It's at home.
Then what happened? 56, 800. Here we are having accounts, account receivable, you know? And here is going to be purchases.
Sorry, doctor, I am totally confused.
What was that statement?
No, doctor,
Yes, I can hear you now.
sorry, but I am totally confused. I don't know what are we calculating now.
We're calculating now the purchases budget for the whole quarter. You are seeing our screen, right?
I can see now only the statement, the slide which showing April calculation.
Yes. Accounts payable was given to you that in the end of April, we didn't pay 12,000.
Okay.
However, whatever I need is 56,000, my material payment in April, so?
Okay.
Which is our material required multiplied by price per 1 kilo or pound of the material. تمام?
Yes.
So that means that in April, the dollar purchases is going to be how much is left from the previous month, 12,000, plus 28,000, which is 50% of 56,000. Tamam?
Right.
So 28,000 remaining of the April purchases is going to be left for May. That's going to be our accounts payable in May. Yes. Just a second.
قلت لكم معلش قلت لي
انا مش عارفه انت رايك حليت الجراف مش فاهمه المساله مش هيعمل كده
بس الجراف كل الجراف بيعمل ايه؟
يعني انا مش هو
لا انا عملت حاجه النوت بوك وقاعدين بنحاور
انا مش فاهمه انا انت اصلا بقول ده بيجيبوا منين؟ طب تعالى
بيسمع نوت بوك ولا
لا كانت بديله
We are speaking about, you went into the other slide, Yani? So are you with me? I'm
Yes.
sorry. Yes. So now our task is what's going to be our purchases for the entire quarter. In order for me to complete this table, I need to calculate accounts payable as well as purchases for every single month. I mean,
Okay.
yeah, I have the slide. So for me to be able to complete the whole quarter, I need my purchases and accounts payables for every single month to be accumulated. That's the whole thing. That's what we were doing.
Okay.
Okay? So it's just to continue the pattern of not forgetting about your accounts payables as well as knowing how much purchases do you need to do. So the initial numbers from the amount of product, direct material required needs to be first of all calculated per dollars. So 14,000, sorry, 56,000, 88,000, 600,000. And after that, the purchases schedule need to be applied. Tamam?
تمام.
All right. Direct labor budget. The same story. Now we will be in need of another assumption of how much we are going to be paying for 1 hour of labor. And moreover, we need to know how much of labor is necessary to produce every single product. So here it's not about raw materials, because the number of hours required is not about how much kilos do I have, is how much of this labor is required to produce 1 unit of output. We will be going back into our production budget. If you remember, the quantities of the products required to be had in the end of the month. Multiplying it by 0.05 hours, we will first of all see how many total number of hours. After that, multiplying it this total amount of hours by the rate per hour is going to give me amount that I will need to pay for my laborers. 26, 46, 29 is not new numbers. It's coming from our production budget as
Each product unit requires 4.05
5 hours.
direct.
And each one of the,
So
Per
each unit needs 3 months.
yes, not, yes. So that's why we will be multiplying each one of these units by the time required, and then the total time required multiplied by labor hours in order to calculate our total direct labor costs, which is also one of the easiest schedules, just something multiplied by something and then adding across the board. The most confusing are collections, payments, as well as production and raw material. This will be a little bit more difficult than the rest whenever calculation as easy as multiplying and adding. So here, interesting question. Although our initial calculation was, what would be the total direct labor cost for the quarter if the company pays time and 1/2 for all hours worked by employers over 2,000 per month? So if the company has extra, this is, the certain situation. No, it's not tricky question. It's whatever happening in the real life. For instance, I'm having.
So it will be in May only?
No, across the board, the total direct labor cost for the whole quarter. The catch here, that my extra payment will be only triggered whenever there is more than 2,000 labor hours.
2,000 labor hour per quarter, not per month. Is it correct?
2,000 labor hours for every single quarter. if it will be, because the whole idea
But
here.
here it's written that it will be per month, so it will be only in May.
Yes, it will be only in May, exactly. So the extra number of hours worked above 2,000 was only in May. It's extra 300 hours. And this 300 hours will not be paid $10. It will be actually paid $15 because it's overtime, right?
Time and 1/2, 1 point.
Yeah, so this 300,000, so 300 hours is going to be multiplied by, well, the regular hours, 2,300, multiplied by 10. However, the extra hours will be multiplied by 15. The rest of the months will stay the same. So as the result, whenever I am going to be calculating my total costs that will be needed to be adjusted, just because of the May. Okay. This is usually again initiated by the company due to the labor union and stuff like that.
What are the terms, like time and 1/2?
Base time and the whole amount and half of it.
I got.
For hour
I guess I get the terminology, maybe time and quarter.
time and I would usually communicate it as extra 50%, you know? Yes. But it depends on how, Americans like to entice their writing abilities. No problem, right, with this calculation?
Why, in May, they are consuming 2,000 hours instead of 2?
No, it's not about the consuming. This is the number of hours required.
And
The company
is 2,000?
No, it's not about actual or not actual. We're still dealing with budget. This is number of hours required. If the company across the board will be using $10, we already did this calculation. However, here the extra consideration of the management is a tab before we're going to go into the year. What if we are going to give to our employees some certain protection of their rights and introduce another payment system where any single time, whenever there will be more than 2,000 hours worked, every extra hour is going to be compensated extra. What would be impact on our quarterly expenses?
So the extra is for the 300 hours
Only, yes,
the amount on top of that.
Exactly. Extra compensation that I will need to pay. And why do we do that? Again, in the budgeted scale. Because usually HR is coming to the managers and trying to find out solution how to keep the people happy and at the same time to meet the goals of the entire company. This is what every manager will be doing in order to see how sensitive is the current budget, in order to allocate some extra pennies for the employees, to give them something, but at the same time not to hurt my company that much. Okay?
Or maybe evaluate whether to use overtime or higher.
Exactly, that's true, yes. Or to increase overtime, or maybe to increase the border of the hours above which we can pay for them. For instance, based on this, the managers may say, no, this is too much. How about we'll give to them extra payment for only extra 100 hours? Okay, so it's all about sensitivity analysis, no more, no less. When we're dealing with the overhead, these are again assumptions coming from the management based on the previous record. So for instance, we already observed that variable manufacturing overhead was last year $20 per hour. We were having fixed overhead $50,000, which has inside of it, again, based on their observation, 20,000, which is our depreciation. Keep in mind that depreciation is never cash, which will be very important for our cash budget. Because remember, cash budget is all about cash, money in, money out. If I will be not remembering the fact that depreciation is not cash, I will be subtracting the entire 50,000. However, the 20,000 does not need to be subtracted. So they are asking you first, we're still not on the cash budget, the manufacturing overheads, which is fairly easy to be done. If I know how many hours, after that it's just going to be variable cost multiplied by every single hour, and fixed cost is going to be fixed across the board. We said that it's going to be 30,000 and 20,000. Why do we do this? Remember, for our balance sheet and income statements, especially income statement, I need to include manufacturing overhead cost. How do I know what is my total manufacturing overhead cost? When I calculate what is going to be the total cost for the quarter divided by the total labor hours required for the quarter, I can estimate an average quarterly manufacturing overhead cost, which will be for the reporting purposes, helping me to prepare my income statements for the end of the quarter. So this number is fixed. This number is going to be a variable since there are different labor hours that are included.
Doctor, I didn't get that part of non-cash fixed overhead, manufacturing overhead cost.
Remember, we were said that our fixed manufacturing overhead is 50,000, right?
Yes.
However, out of them, it's going to be 20,000 depreciation.
Okay.
Since depreciation is not cash.
So why we calculated it in the previous slide in the rate when we divided the total manufacturing overhead over the total labor hours? Here, yes.
Yes.
We sum all of overhead manufacturing and then divided it by the overall hours.
Yes.
Without deduction of the non-cash depreciation part.
Yes, because we are calculating our cost. It doesn't matter. Is it cash or not cash? For the purpose of calculating of the cash, of the cost, we do not need to separate non-cash. Non-cash is important for cash budget only. Okay?
But the depreciation already paid in fixed assets on balance.
Yes, yes, fixed.
Previously
No,
paid.
no, just a second. We are doing forecasting. Okay? Why depreciation is assumed? Because this is our policy of the company. So as a result, when I'm budgeting ahead of the time, this is the new depreciation. Whatever sunk cost depreciation and it's already counted and fully depreciated, you will not include it. Okay? Did you understand why here it's not important to segregate between cash and non-cash? Hello?
Somehow not 100%.
What is manufacturing cost? Does it really matter for you? Do you pay cash or not cash?
No?
No. It is expenses. Whenever
Yes.
we are putting our items inside of the income statement, we do not really see is it cash or is it not cash. Some.
Okay.
So for the total cost purposes, we are adding all of them in order to calculate what is my overhead cost per 1 unit. Tamam?
Tamam.
However, in this slide, we are calculating the cash disbursements. How much out of these items is cash? Where this number will be important when we will be preparing our cash budget. One number will be feeding to another table. Okay?
Tamam.
Why not putting only 30,000 and fix it the remaining overhead?
Because we do not need to segregate your total cost into cash and non-cash. Cost is cost. expenses is expenses. Is to estimate what was your effort being spent in order to produce something.
Adding total number to get the full number. And then,
And then when you use cash, then you are going to be looking into. Yes, okay, ماشي. Well, if you will include, or if you only consider here 30,000, you will underestimate your profit. Okay? This way you are seeing a full picture. So by the end of the day, whenever I am now calculating my budgeted amounts of the finished goods inventory, remember in our inventory finished products budget, we said that in the end of the quarter, they need to have 5,000. So this 5,000, sorry. This 5,000 is not coming here out of blue. It's something that's coming from the table, which we prepared, something like the number 3, where we estimated the necessary amount of product to be saved to cover next month's sales. So why did we do all of this calculation, 49.7, 10, 0.4? Because now I need to calculate what would be my record of the inventory. Because we'll go into balance sheet, remember? I have my cost of goods sold, I have my ending inventory. This need to have some certain dollar amount assigned. If I do not know on total how much it costs me per unit, I will not be capable to record appropriately my ending inventory. I know the number, but I do not know how much it cost me. In the balance sheet, I cannot put the total amount of the units. I need to put how much is it costing me. Okay? So per unit. In order for me to be able to put a proper record into my balance sheet. So this table is mainly an extra table in order to prepare the to feed into the balance sheet.
49.7, it's an average.
Yeah. 49.7. We just calculated it from Hannah. 49.7. Estimated overhead costs. Yes. As an overhead. Remember, direct material, direct labor, and overhead need to be included for every product. If you are capable to assign them appropriately, you will be, yes, it maybe will not be 100% correct, but then it will be verifying. Okay? All right. Selling and well, my problem is as soon as I'm letting you to take a break, you're coming back one by one, so how many minutes?
In fact,
Okay, 12:35. Okay, 12 points, Tamara. The remaining is going to be much more easy because you are now collecting the information from all of the previous ones. Yeah, Gamma, we are going to take a break, coming back after 20 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Doctor.
Yes, yes. Anybody for now and after that, use it again. Like this poor woman who was dancing for free time on the boat. And she was working in the school. Like, what is the one year when I feel something? A teacher.
Yeah.
والله لازم كنا بنشتغل في Anyways, so we are dealing here with finishing up. So at this stage, there will be still some assumptions necessary, especially whenever, until now, we still didn't discuss our marketing budget, selling general and administrative, which is usually related
Sorry,
to.
Doctor.
Yes.
I can't hear. The noise is interrupting.
Can you hear me now? Can they hear or they cannot hear?
I think the network is dropping.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Okay. So,
Yes, doctor.
fast tracking ahead, we are still in need of finishing our general administrative and marketing, because this might be another part of the income statement budget. We already done with all of the other elements. This is the other last level of assumptions related to the variable costs for the general administrative. Usually it is calculated as per unit basis. Fixed general administrative is treated the same, as going to be fixed across the months. And they do not have also depreciation charge, which is related for the building depreciation. Most of the time, it's important to segregate it against for the same purposes. When we will need to prepare cash budget, we will need to count for this extra 10,000.
Sorry, Doctor, you are muted.
Yes, you are muted, doctor.
All right, so in the same manner as we did before with the overhead for the based on the number of the labor hours, we are just in need to go back into our really beginning. So this 20,000, remember our key plug number when we are predicting how much sales per in units is going to be in the April, May, June, and etc. After that, the flow is pretty much the same as we just did for our manufacturing overhead. And one move. As a result, whenever we need to calculate the total, it's just to follow the table of multiplying per unit, adding the fixed cost, subtracting the cash, non-cash charges, in order to find out how much actually cash expenses was for that quarter. So the flow here is just multiplying by per unit, adding the fixed cost, minusing the non-cash charge, in order to find out cash-related expenses. For the cash budget preparation is one of the tricky ones as well, because we now need to remember how much cash was received, how much cash was paid for the product, for the overhead, for the non-manufacturing overheads related to general, selling, and administrative expenses. Another thing, they are assuming that there is a certain there is a certain amount of assumptions specifically necessary for the cash budget. One of the key number is the line of credit. Why the company is considering borrowing? Because they want some kind of flexibility in order for them to like extra source of cash for the company. Why? Because all of this is planned. By the end of the day, I might fail to collect the account receivables. I may be not agreeing with suppliers to give them accounts payables. So I need to keep some certain amount of cash. This one, 16%, which is interest rate on the 75,000, has been probably assumed by management based on previous cash needed throughout some certain operating period. Most of the time, operating cycle is different from one company to another. Some of the companies are going into seasonal factor and borrowing based on that. Some companies are looking as per year. Some companies are working on a much more shorter period of time. So 75,000 is going to be repaid that amount at some certain period of time. Minimum cash balance, it's another very big assumption. Minimum cash balance usually assumed based on necessary amount of cash which I need to cover all of my cash related expenses. For instance, in general, I calculated that on average throughout every single month I'm having a need of 30,000. It doesn't matter, did I collect money, I didn't collect money, I need to have it in the back of my safe. Why? Because there are some expenses that I simply cannot skip. مثلا my electricity charges, services, utilities, the government is going to put for you the bill and you have to pay salaries as well. With the salaries in some countries, companies are able to play. On the respectful companies, yes, salaries is also the part of it. For borrowing is happening in the first day of month and the repayment is happening in the last day of the month. That's the schedule for that 75,000. There is a cash dividend expected. Why can I budget it from now? Depending on the two items. Sometimes the company has set dividend policy. For example, I already told to my shareholders that I am going to pay fixed dividend of $5 per share, مثلا زي كده. If this is the case, I'm going to be having no problem of estimating this cash dividend. If it is not, this estimation is usually coming back to looking at my revenues that I received last year, not even revenues, net profit. It's an actual data, okay? So depending on what is the agreement with my shareholders, I can actually predict this 49,000 without any problem. Purchases and equipment, that's another cash charge because although they agreed to pay part and part, but 48,300 they will be paying in cash and 143,700 paid in cash. Nobody gave to them the credit. And the beginning cash balance was 40,000. So they opened their April with the 40,000 being on their safe. This needs to be considered. So usually, whenever we're starting with our cash budget, this is the full list, by the way. It's really flexible, but most of the time it's just necessary to create for you the schedule and then fill it in depending on what the company has, what the company doesn't have. But this is very general. Every single time, every company will have some certain beginning cash balance, which is from the records of the previous year, previous months, or whatever. After that, we will have to add all of our cash collections. Luckily for us, it's not the new number. We already know it. From which budget? Not product budget,
From
cash
cash
collections. From?
Cash budget.
We still didn't prepare cash budget. This is our cash budget.
The previous one, it was cash budget or what?
The first one was not cash budget. The last one was not cash budget. This is cash budget. This is the collections budget. When we are dealing with the second schedule prepared after the sales, we did the schedule related to collection. Remember, 75, 25, all of that is going to be ending up with the cash collection for that month. So it's not just a new number. So adding them together, we'll have our cash available in the beginning of the month. This is a reminder for you. From where did we get this number? After that, 40,000, 13,000, 56,000, selling and general administrative, all of them will be coming from different budgets. Some from the direct material budget, some from the overhead, some from the sales and general, and as a result, we will end up having all of those expenses. 49,000 is not coming from any budget, it's an assumption, which was just given to us. So adding it together, we will be capable to calculate what is the total amount of money in is going to be expected during the April month. Afterwards, we see that 210 minus 228, we actually under budget. We didn't receive, or we are expecting not to have enough in order to cover our direct expenses. So that's why we are borrowing. But borrowing is usually estimated in the beginning, because the reason why, if I'm going to start right now searching for the loan, it might be two problems. I might not find any bank which is willing to lend me money now. Moreover, when there is no agreement of line of credit, you might end up having not comfortable credit terms. So usually this kind of contract, you're done? Okay. Just a second, Yagama. Is the quality burden.
Yeah, but انت ماليش النفسيات ممكن تركز عليهم كده زي ما انت لقيتيها ممكن عشان كده مفيهاش معادلات تمشي كده
لا بعد كده احنا تعيش معادلات.
يعني انت بتعمل دي انت بتجيب من دي هي دي المشكله ان
رقم خرف كمان
هي المشكله
طبعا
طبعا بس انت عندك بيز لو رقم بايظ خلاص هي
هيكمل بنفس البيز الرقم.
اوكي بس قصدي مش هنحاسبك على ال 30 اللي تحته خالص
لا هيتسجن.
بس ما انت هتلاقي نفسك ده رقم بايظ عندك فوق 18 الدنيا في الديزاين فانت اكيد صح فهي هتبقى عندك البروجكت ليه؟ لان انت خدت صح بس هي الفكره ان انت لو عايز توصل لده يا اما تكون مديك كل دول
لا مش هتقدر
هتديك خطوتين ثلاثه
نكمل بقى الاول برودكت بادجت وبعد كده كمل بعدها برودكشن بادجت
الاثنين كده مش صعب
لا
مش سهل
تبدا من الاول تعمل كل حاجه هتدي الايكويشن من الاول نكملها
بس انا سهولتها فين؟ ان انت مش هتعملها هتوصل تحت ليه بالسن تقف على السن اللي تحتها تضربها في كذا السن اللي تحتها
الناس هتعرف تشتغل
لازم شهر كده تقفل
So by the end of the day, whenever we are going to be adding the extra sources of cash, we will see that the ending cash balance is going to be 30,000, which is desired amount of our ending cash balance as per our assumptions. Whenever we are going to be looking at our May, it's going to be basically flowing from the previous amount. It's okay for us to have extra. As soon as I'm having above my 30,000, I will be not worried. It's whenever the managers are looking at the budget and finding that even though مثلا I borrowed, but it's not covering my desired minimum cash balance. In that case, probably there will be another proposal of maybe take another loan or solve some problems with my collection. Repayments not yet, because I believe that they were repayments they were making in the beginning, but then after a month they decided to repay. They changed the way how the
Payment in the fall and to pay in June.
borrowing in the beginning of May and ending in the beginning of June. So they borrowed in the end of April, but this is beginning of May, right? So effectively, it's like 1 month.
30 days.
Yes, 30 days. Okay. So at the time of the repayments, there will be a need to calculate interest in order for us to continue with the budget. Then, if there is a need again to borrow, this is whenever another. Sorry, this is for the quarter. But if there will be the next month in July, I will again borrow. It will be again select by 1 month to repay. Any questions here? Any questions?
Dotan,
Yes.
I'm really confused about the table which we have, which is related 3 over 12. I don't know why 3 over 12.
This is the third month. Borrow multiplied by for 3 months.
Okay. So it's the interest of the loan, right?
Borrowing on April 1st and repaying on June 30, we are calculating the yearly interest is given to you as 16%. However, the interest is here not for the whole year, right? That's why they did 3 over 12. Because the whole April, the whole June, and the whole May and the whole June, the money was with me.
2 months.
But it should be 2 or
April
2 or
1st.
3.
So
May 1st.
June, it's a meaning we took the loan first of April.
Yes, and based in the 30th of June, yes.
We both not less than 3 months.
Yes. No, not okay. So I need to change the assumption.
Full quarter, it's a full quarter loan.
Yes. I think it was the wording in the assumption should be in the beginning of quarter, paying back in the end of the quarter, not paying back in the end of the month. Okay. Is it okay?
Yeah, I'm still confused because I think we have point saying that any payment must be did within 1 month. So now we mentioned
No.
that.
Let me go. Okay, let me go back. I know that people are starting to be very easy confused. On the first day of quarter. Oh. No, it will not allow me.
Okay, no.
I will.
So it's a quarter, not a month.
It's a quarter. Yes, I will adjust the file before submitting it to you into the Moodle, tamam? Because the Microsoft license does not let me to edit it. Okay. All right. Now, income statement is going to be a piece of cake because we already have our quarterly sales. We already have our quarterly cost of goods sold based on the materials, beginning inventory, ending inventory. We were calculating, if you remember, as we went. All what is necessary for the total cost of goods sold is to find out what is the difference between the amount of inventory that I need to produce, beginning of purchases minus the ending inventory in order for me to get my cost of goods sold budget. Selling, general and administrative was already prepared, so it's going to be basically fitting in. So from now, the table is collecting the information from different parts of the budget, and as soon as you are doing any problems or any assumption changes here, it will be automatically fed into the document of the income statement. Once balance sheet is need to be produced, I need information coming from my previous year balance sheet. Because most of the time, the land is the fixed asset rarely changes, buildings, equipment, and stuff like this might be also not changing. We are having also our corporation with common stock of 150. This will not change. Retained earnings is very much important for the April 1st Because whatever is going to be net profit, remember here was net profit recorded. Net income is going to be 239. Where does it go? I will subtract from that dividends, remember? And I will put the remaining into my retained earnings of last April in order to document what is going to be the retained earnings for the end of June. This is why the information of retained earnings is given to you based on the April 1st. So the cash is coming from the cash budget. The account receivable is coming from our collection budget. Raw materials and inventory, that's going to be my ending materials budget. Finished goods inventory, this is my final production budget. The land is given, equipment, we already said that we purchased the equipment in our cash budget, remember? 2 items of equipment was purchased, so 2 of them added together is going to be here. Accounts payable will be coming from our paid purchases budget. The common stock is given and retained earnings, as I already said, it's your net income minus dividends. The result should be added for the retained income or retained earnings of the last year. So all of that, the formulas are automatic, and as a result, most of the time I don't really spend the time to prepare it. It's already automatically feeding the necessary information into my statements. Whenever you're doing it, this is the time whenever you will be remembering a lot of things. Yeah.
Between us, it's a gap presentation.
What do you mean? Gap presentation? Okay, Mish.
Was the return earning and the net profit and dividends in one number?
In one what?
One number.
There is no distinction.
Presented return earning and the net profit per period.
Okay.
Dividend.
Just a second. I will let you know where is the IFRS requires additional information necessary for retained earnings statement. So there is a separate statement of retained earnings. However, when I'm presenting the balance sheet, I do not really need there the whole, as soon as I have a statement of retained earnings, I do not need to explain that in my retained earnings. Okay, it will be in the notes for the annual report.
Or is equity statement?
Yes.
What's this?
Huh? Dividend is the amount of money that is.
Yeah.
This is the
payment dividends deducted from a net profit by capacity.
Net profit اللي فات ولا
Net profit.
No, net profit for this quarter.
income statement الظاهر.
We already did net profit. Income statement, we did this, huh? Remember in the cash budget, we subtracted the dividends. The dividends is the payment which the company owes to its shareholders, not related to its operation. Shareholders are the ones who
So
are.
it's part you paid it.
This is our budget, yes, yes. By the way, most of the time, the company has a period of time within which they have to pay the declared amount of dividends. It's not like whenever you want.
Right.
Yeah, it's
It's clear here, can move something.
yes.
ده بريك داون بتاع الريتيرن كان عندك beginning balance 48 net income from income statement 39 الديفيدنس minus dividends cash 49 ده
Beginning balance الكوارتر اللي فات.
أيوه.
Net income بتاع التوتال كوارتر ده
No, this quarter. This is our net income. Just 240.
quarter.
48. This is the retained earnings in the balance sheet of the last quarter. Yes.
This quarter. This quarter.
This is this quarter. This is this quarter. This is this quarter. 49. This is the dividends that I paid in April. Remember, we said it when we were making cash budget in order to get our retained earnings. Oops. All right, so ready to make it by hand? Just for 1 month? No, just by hand, because it's 1 month, but I'm not expecting you to connect them all. Now it is just 1 month. So all of these pieces of information is not the question yet. This is assumption that you are having in order for us to be able to complete 1 month only all the necessary steps. Sales budget, production budget, raw material budget, direct labor, and so on and so on. First question. What are the budgeted sales for July? The easiest one. How much?
700.
This is July. For July, we are having the budgeted sales 10,000 multiplied by $70, which is going to be
700,000.
100,000.
700,000.
تمام?
تمام.
No problems?
First question?
No problems. All right, what are the expected cash collections? In order for us to answer it, see different pieces of information, they were given to you the whole assumptions. But not all of them are important for every budget. Which assumption is important here? That 40% of credit sales are collected in the months of sale and 60% in the following months. For me to know my collection, I need to take care of June. June, our sales have been 8,400 multiplied by 70. Come in June?
588,000.
588,000. So out of this, for the July, is left 60%. And out of 70, 40% is going to be cash collection, which is going to be how much? 700,000 multiplied by 40%.
280.
180. And 60% of 68.
Can you give us specifics?
Sorry, sure.
588. 352. 800.
So if I'm going to add now the 280 plus 300.
600. 3, 800.
معلش تفرق عشان اجيب 60% بتاعي كده.
تمام. So in order for me to calculate for July, I need my June sales and I need my July sales. Of course, whenever you are doing it as an Excel schedule, you are just collecting it. The 632. 632.
700.
Okay.
60% of 400.
Not 60. Not 60. 40%. 40% is cash.
40.
Do not shift us. Yes.
60 still months, 40 doesn't.
I hope that you will not shift it like this in the final exam.
About logic.
True. You know what? This is what I'm thinking myself. Whenever you are solving something, even though I'm giving to you my assumptions, but whenever I'm judging you are following the rules, you can very easily just put your assumptions and stick to your assumptions.
6%.
It's ماشي. Any problems يا جماعة في online?
No, doctor.
Okay.
It's clear. Thank you.
Ending account receivable balance for the month of July, which is whatever you were just about to calculate. Ending is going to be 60% out of 700,000, or 700,000 minus 280,000.
400.
Okay.
Was 100.
So 700 multiplied by 60. That's going to be our answer here. What is estimated production in units?
What?
In this month. We are sticking to July. Yes. Which number is important out of the numbers that is given here for the production?
700.
700.
700 is the we need it in units. Yes. Remember, our sales budget is all about two numbers are important for the future.
10,000.
10,000, yes.
10,000.
So 10,000, but
And 20% of the next month
20%, exactly,
units.
yes, 20% of the following month's sales.
It will be 20% times 12,000 units.
Exactly, yes. So if I want to calculate how much it's going to be, we're still following the schedule. The total required this month, plus the ending inventory based on the next month, minus beginning inventory. In the beginning of this month, I needed to have enough to cover this month. Since this month is 10,000 multiplied by 20% is going to be here minus as the beginning balance of this month. Okay, so the same schedule and it's repeated just for 1 month. Okay, any questions يا جماعة online?
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Doctor.
Oops. 61,000 pounds of raw materials are needed to meet production in August. We are in July, that's why we're speaking about August. How many pounds of raw materials should be purchased? What they are telling you is that the ending raw material equals 10% of the following month's raw materials production needs. Each unit of finished good requires 5 units of raw material. And raw material cost is $2 per pound.
It's July.
We are in July, yes. But we need August because again, we need to have extra. Remember, beginning, ending, all right. Let's.
So the July needs will be the number of units times 5.
Number of units times 5, yes, but this is based on only this month's required.
Yes, and then we will calculate the inventory of the last of the next month of
Yes.
August.
Then we add the inventory of the desired ending of the next month and subtract the beginning of inventory 10% of this month's inventory from materials necessary. So?
Yes.
Okay. So in order for us to start with that, we need our production budget, which was calculated just before that. Remember?
1,200. 400.
We just calculated the required production, 10,400. We know that it's going to cost us 5, so this multiplied by 5 is going to be
52,000.
52.
So now we need to add to that extra required for August, which is
10%
61,000.
multiplied by
pounds, so it's going to be 6,100. minus, we need to remember or to do extra calculation in order to get our beginning of this inventory. 10,400 was 10,400 multiplied, 52,000 was 52 multiplied by 10%.
10%.
100. We're starting with our raw materials necessary for production.
Says 5 pounds. Each unit, finished goods require 5 pounds of raw material.
Okay, 10,400, this is coming from our production budget.
Okay, but it's have 61,000 pounds.
No, 61,000, I will not multiply by anything. This is already the previous unit's production budget multiplied by 5. Sorry, the required production budget for
From where from?
just as given to us, 5 pounds.
No, it's
1 pound is 400.
to get the total pounds needed for total products. Okay.
Yes, yes, yes.
It's 52,000 pounds.
Yes,
Okay.
this is for this month, based on this month's production.
Sure.
But in order to be safe, I need to keep extra for the next month's production,
Okay.
which is given to you here as 61,000, but actually it's also calculated. Based on the production budget multiplied by 5, I know how much it is. So total needs is going to be 52 plus extra, 6,100. But remember, we have to subtract the beginning this month, which was kept for us for this month, which is actually 10% of this number. Because if I'm finishing June, right? End of June, supposed to have 10%. Huh? What, based on which this 10%? Based on July production.
10% from July.
Exactly, which was 5,200. So I ended June with 5,200 X. I start July with 5,200. So this is my beginning inventory. This is my desired ending inventory. Yes. No. Desired ending inventory for July. But starting of August, yes. So it will be like this constantly moving down. So the total supposed to be 52,900. 52 plus 6, this is desired, minus this, 52,900. Any problems? Again, when you're doing it by hand, just for 1 month, it might be, where does it come from?
6,000.
Huh?
What 6,100?
This is our 61,000
10%.
for August, 10% of that. 6,000. Okay. Any problems? All right. What is the estimated cost of raw materials? That's now easy. Our amount of the previous answer multiplied by 2 pounds is going to be 105. We will need to keep it for our purchases budget, which might be not all in cash, which might be part in cash, part in some certain amount. And here they are telling to you 30% of raw materials purchases are paid for the in the months of purchase, and the 70% will be paid a month later.
24/7.
Yes, so it's going to be whatever amount of 105 will be cash being paid based on the 70%, and whatever is going to be remaining is going to also I need to remember about June, which is 70% of June is going to be paid for in July.
Already.
Yes, previous time. But in order for me to create that, of course, we need to calculate the June expected purchases, right?
It's a given.
Yeah. here, but in the reality, you actually have to calculate it. Yes. What is estimated ending account payable balance? So if it was 30% paid for, 70% out of 105 is going to be accounts payables that need to be reported. Again, 30% of 105, 800 will be paid. That means that 70% of 105, 800 is going to be my accounts payables automatically. Then you need to keep a track about that. What is the estimated ending raw material inventory balance? In order for me to do that, I have to remember how much my ending inventory, 6,100 pounds was my ending inventory, remember? Raw materials. If I'm going to be multiplying by 2, yes, it will be 12,200. Again, where this number is important, balance sheet. It doesn't fit anywhere else. It doesn't go into the cash. It doesn't go into the income statement. It will be important for your balance sheet, and definitely it will be important for the cost of goods calculation, because you are starting with beginning plus purchases minus ending. What is the total estimated direct labor cost? The direct labor wage is $15 per hour, and each unit, our initial amount of the product necessary to be produced, 2 direct labor hours. So therefore, using our information from question 4, we calculated that the total desired number of products, taking into consideration extra number of units to be kept to cover my August sales, 10,400. Again, this number was calculated already. Multiplied by 2, multiplied by 15, it's going to end up having 312,000 in our calculation. Tamam?
Directly costs
Yes.
first.
Yes, this is direct labor cost for this whole month, not for the one product. However, when we're dealing with the fixed manufacturing costs being absent, variable manufacturing overhead is $10. Estimated unit production cost is going to be taking into consideration all of our information of assumptions. So this is not me calculating. This is assumptions that is already given to us. This is already assumptions given to you. So whenever we're calculating per unit, it's only for the sake of manufacturing overhead or my income statement preparation. It's just as easy, each one of them multiplied by each other in order to know my total material, direct material and direct labor cost per 1 unit, $60. They are asking you what is ending finished goods inventory balance, and 2,400 now multiplied by the 60. We know how much it cost me. Remember, I know how many units my. What was there a question? Okay. So ending finished goods inventory 144. It's going to be again the number recorded into the balance sheet. Finally, the cost of goods sold. The sales 10,000. The $60. We know that it's costing me to produce. Estimated cost of goods sold is going to be 10 multiplied by 60. So that calculation of the total cost was important for the cost of goods sold. I know how much am I going to be selling, and as a result, I will be capable to estimate my cost of goods sold, which will go into income statement. Total sales was 700, according to our first table, minus cost of goods sold. So my estimated gross margin is 100. Why do I need to predict it? Because I need to be able.
Unit sales, 10,000 units.
It's 10,000 units was sold in July.
For unit product price, $60.
Yes, we just calculated. It's a cost, yes. Each one.
Estimated total sales 700. Oh, okay.
Yes, sales was first stable and minus cost of goods sold, you will get your margin. Selling general and administrative can be estimated by taking into consideration the total number of labor hours per unit here. So it is 1.8 multiplied by total number of units that is going to be necessary, 10,000 multiplied by 1.8, plus fixed cost 60,000 is going to be resulting in 78,000, which is going to be again feeding into my income statement. Because after gross margin minus sales general and administrative, in order to arrive to my net profit. So my net profit is going to be 100,000 that I already know my gross margin minus sales general and administrative 22,000. Now I'm ready to create the final step, which is my balance sheet, but we didn't have the information about fixed assets, equipment, or fully fabricated. We do, it's all going to be connected. Okay? Excel bar. There is Excel. Do you guys have?
Percent must be financed.
No. We have a file of Excel in the Moodle. Do you guys have computer?
Not to count, there's no.
Yes, I wanted to do it now. Ian.
Don't have that.
I didn't know that you needed.
لا large A يعني. I believe that the best level of performance can be achieved on the empty stomach.
Based on my experience, who experiences?
As I'm already saying that,
Very bad to me.
and that's why, you know, if you no, if you look, that's why if you look into the number of people, number of the geniuses in the world created by different cuisines, I believe that there is a 100% correlation. The fancier the meals, the less number of geniuses per world. Yes, it's a model. Yes.
Nobel laureates. Do they have the shape of models now?
No, it's not about shape of models. No. Let me just a second.
All scientists.
You are assuming by looking at them right now. Who told you that whenever they actually made this research for which now they received the Nobel Prize, that they were not hungry, poor students sitting under some stairs? Yes.
They eat less quality food. They eat only one meal, and it's super saturated. No.
This is under assumption that Nobel Prize is awarded to you on spot. This is not ever happening. Do you know that, right?
Well, good job.
You actually the research for which they gave the Nobel Prize this time, it was based on 20 years ago research conducted by physicists. Look at it, and it's always like that.
In physics.
Everywhere across the board, there is never a Nobel Prize except maybe for peace, but even for that one, it's questionable. Do you want to bet?
Well,
هناخد عليك
Do not search.
I'm late, خلاص.
طب يعني what I'm going to do is Excel. Only Mr. Basim has an Excel.
But I don't have to.
No, you know, because it is not lab. Let's go to the lab. No, we will go.
I can't move unless
I can walk. Okay, but me as a doctor. يلا بينا. Let's go into the lab. Or we're having 3 computers here, Hannah. But my problem is that usually whenever you do not do it by yourself,
So we move or we stay?
we move.
Okay.
I will open.
I will wait after this.
Yeah, Jamaa, I'm sorry, we are moving to the lab. I'm going to open the in one of the computers. Okay.
Okay.
Just to solve the Excel sheet, which is in Moodle.
Yes, it is Excel sheet in Moodle, and I send you over the email class activity. The instructions for the Excel are located in the end of that file.
In the Word file, right?
The Word file that I sent to you today through the email.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, doctor, I didn't get what will we do.
You open the Excel and try to fill in. This is the first requirement. The Excel has assumptions with all of the tables necessary to be filled with formulas. So our
Which
goal
Excel? You have sent a Word document in the email.
in the Moodle there is an Excel.
Okay, with which title?
The whole Excel, yeah. Okay. Mr. Basim has sent the Excel on the group, but the Excel does not have parts. It has just one sheet which needs to be filled.
Okay.
Okay. I will open I will open the camera in another room. Tamam?
Okay.
Okay. So you keep on tensing. I'm just going to relocate.
معلش هو الدكتور قالت بعد ما نحل ده هنعمل فيه ايه؟
هي ما قالت، هي قالت هتفتح تاني.
Hello يا جماعة.
Hello doctor, shall we solve it
Can
and
you
then
hear me?
submit or yes now.
Yes, you should fill in the information inside of this Excel.
Okay, and then to submit it to you directly, right?
Everybody open the Excel, right? What is important for me is that you're going to be filling in the formulas, right? So if, for instance, I'm going to be in need of budgeted unit sales, since the numbers already given for us for the first quarter, this is what I mean by the formulas. So in each one of the cell, there will be no number. It will be reference to the desired sales. Selling price is also going to be related to that. I'm not sure to which extent are you Excel user, but because it is the cell which is going to be locked, I will need to drag it. And here I just need to drag it. This is what makes Excel use much more pleasant. And formula HANA is going to be this multiplied by this. So this way I am expecting you going further and completing the remaining. تمام؟
Okay, doctor, understood. I mean, after we finish, shall we submit it to you directly over mail or no?
No, you do not submit it to me. I don't know. You can just show to me on the screen, are you done or not done, or where there is a problem. And by the way, the PowerPoint is also available. It's in-class
Okay, thank you, doctor.
activity, so it's just for us to be familiar.
So I finished the Excel.
Our class is here, as you can see in the lab.
So we'll share the screen or what يا دكتور؟ الو
تقريبا الدكتورة مش سامعة.
تقريبا.
هو احنا المفروض نعمله سبمشن فين؟
لا، هو اللي فهمته كده ان احنا مش هنعمل submission، هو بس ان احنا نقولها ان احنا خلصناه، يعني it's a class activity، بس عايز تتشيك ان احنا عارفين نعمل equations.
اوكي ماشي.
طيب احنا بس هنعمل الاكسل ولا كمان هندخل في الريكويرمنتس الموجوده في الوورد؟
هي بس محتاجة ان احنا نملى كل ال question marks اللي في الاكسل، يعني نملى كل الايكويشنز اللي ناقصة.
تمام انا خلصت ده، انا بس هل اعمل كمان الحاجات اللي في الوورد ولا اقف لحد كده؟
ممكن نسألها بقى لانها كان برضه خلصت. دكتور are you here us؟
الو دكتور. الو.
You understand how this table works? Based on 75 and 20. This is 75% of this voters' money will be collected this month. Yes, 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 they are there. Yes. I haven't. Yes. Ah, yes, 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 yes. You just reminded me. Yes. Next, this is included. I don't do that, but then 30% of the sectors. And the same time, the second, how to play match, how to intelligence. Yes, yes. There are two things. Whatever I'm going to, I mean, this world is my point in itself. Yes, so 300. Unless we get
الو دكتور. الو.
Just a second. Yes. Anything finished with the nerve. So this is how much of sales you need to have, right? Out of them, you need to have X as an ending is that, right? This times. Yes. Let's make this a sheet. Yes. Okay. في حاجة غلط. Well, now I have this. We not see, for them not we need it.
ولا ده في التاني. أنا مش مستعد أديك. لا في كل شيء لايف.
I think now it's this is one of the options. There are two options. One of the options is to vote the easy and clean every station of also the harder one. This is harder one.
دكتور هو حضرتك سامعينا؟ دكتور could you hear us؟
I will just wait. I will just wait until
يا جماعة هو بعد ما نخلص الإكسل بنعمل إيه طيب؟
كلنا وقفنا لحد
ماشي.
الدكتور ما بتردش.
تمام.
Here is wherever the everybody making is. I absolutely agree with you. This number is not going to be based on this, right? This number is going to be based on this, right? And you are correct here. Very interesting with that. Mainly people are making mistake here. And do not forget that this beginning is going to become a year and beginning. Yes, because this is my beginning of the year, this is my end. Right? So the same story applies whenever I'm continuing to do that.
But it might change.
No, it will not change because this is what here you begins this year with this amount, right? And for this reason, your year beginning is this amount. It's not about 10%. No, it's based on this is how we are finishing the year. If you are continuing into the next one, you're correct. It's going to be based on this year and stuff like that. No, but I'm finishing the year. The first was before, second, remember, that was a thing that's like this. For us to separate this from this, I need to keep it. Yes. Okay. And the same will apply, by the way, here as well. Remember, beginning and ending, and need to be careful. Okay.
This is your ending of the what this water and as a result of this year happened, we didn't go to this number. We this should be equal to this. And this should be equal to this. Remember?
معرفش نعمل مواد هو المواعيد نفس
Yes. Thank you very much. Not send it to the WhatsApp, like that. Okay. But not to the group. Not to the group, because after the class, I'm going to share the English. Don't worry.